the circumstances may be. No, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold a bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord weighs the rent, school fee due, partner to our bonds, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. So no matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man. He was so poor, he didn't hold a bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times. Oh, there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. The thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and can't breathe. When he turned to the master and said, Lord have mercy on me, he was just a broken vessel. Then Jesus washed away his sins, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can make. Oh, there's not a broken vessel God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turned its back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces time and Jesus is the potter, and we are just the clay. And even when the vessel is broken, He won't throw the clay away. Bring Him all of your problems, your troubles, and your sins, 'cause there's not a broken vessel Almighty God can make. Yeah. There's not a broken vessel that God can make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Yeah. There's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again, 'cause there's not a broken vessel God. This old sinful world, only a comfort I can't afford. Striving alone to face temptation, so where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking no refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to save me in bed. Where would I go back to my Lord? Life here is grand, with friends I love so deep. Comfort I get from God's own words. Yet when I face the chilling hand of death, where would I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to guide me till the end. Where do I go back to my Lord? actions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Brutality is on the increase. Tell me, when the love of God sees no power on earth to separate me from Lord. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. This level of crime, only love can eradicate. We must demand justice from the church and the state, and confess to God all our evil ways, and He will give us so much better days when we show love to each and every brother. Love will return to protect mother, daughter, sister. Let's hope in our heart to those who are with me, who never receive love. Come, let's sow some seed. No power on earth to separate me from God. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Heavenly Father. No power on earth to separate me from God. I love you, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, 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 no power on earth to separate me from you. No power, no, oh no, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, no, no power on. Can't even forget without you holding my hand. I thought number one would surely be me. I thought I could be what I wanted to be. I thought of myself as a mighty big man, but I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Thank you, Jesus. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountains too high and the valleys too wide. On my knees, I've learned to stay, that I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Help me, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, now, I thank God I made Jesus my one and all from now on.
Yes, welcome. Good afternoon to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. Yes, Monday, first working day of the week. Yes. And we are going to start the program. We are late. We are starting the program by looking at rehabilitation, the process, what is happening to those people whose lives were disrupted by Melissa. We're going over to St. Elizabeth. Hello, David Satchwell. How are you today?
Hello, Desmond. I'm well. How you doing?
Well, I am supposed to be fine.
Good.
What is happening in St. Elizabeth?
Well, it depends on which angle we're talking about. I suppose we're talking about the
Rehabilitation.
government relief, rehabilitation.
Yes.
Well, the latest and the most topical issue would be the talk about relocation of persons from the party stretch.
Yes.
That made news in different ways. And part of the concern is the information flow, which is almost opposite from the Prime Minister and from a recent post from the Member of Parliament, Clyde Green. And there's a clip from Edmund Bartlett, the tourism minister,
Yes.
and all the releases are at variance. You gather that the Prime Minister was quoted a news event in Melbourne that indicated that there's going to be a relocation of the party residents.
Yes,
And he had...
I saw that.
Yes?
Yes.
Right. And recent clip from Member of Parliament Green is seeking to indicate that persons who are of the view are mischief makers and passing information that's not true. It runs diametrically opposed to what the Prime Minister said. And somewhere down the line, Desmond, somebody not coming clean on the issues.
Yes.
And that's part of the issue of distrust with politicians. They are speaking from different sides of the mouth. No, residents would be very uneasy. Residents from party would be very uneasy. Having heard what the Prime Minister said some weeks ago, and there's an indication that there was some discussion and dialogue with residents, which is not so. They have not had any sort of discussion with the Prime Minister at all or any other member. So it seemed to me that the government has some intention, some plans, which is seeping out, and their attempt to cover it. There is no other interpretation that I can gather from that. Now, persons in the era have not had the pleasure of the Member of Parliament sitting with them, calling them together, having a discussion. He indicated that there are some stuff that have been done in party, which would be is trying to say that is an indication that, there'll be no relocation. He did went on a talk about voluntary relocation. There will be no forced relocation and that stuff. So at this point, the persons are not trusting what is going to happen, and they're trying to organize themselves and trying to get some assistance and legal, support.
Yeah.
They're reaching out.
I saw a video done by a colleague of mine from St. Kitts who came to Jamaica to look at the hurricane devastation. And the video,
right.
That area has been badly hit. What I saw in the video, that area is badly damaged. The sea has taken over houses, taken over properties. I saw that.
There's no two way about the fact that areas in the party stretch has been severely damaged, and some houses were built in areas where there's erosion. The sea has come in. So there's no two way about that. And the issue of the devastation and the threat is not up for dispute. So I don't think anyone would argue against that. But the issue is, what are the plans how are you going to incorporate the residents in your plan? Because these are persons who legitimately live there. And whatever you're going to do, if you are talking about relocation, it's still their land. So how are they going to be incorporated in the development or the redevelopment of the area? And there's a whole other slew of argument on the road about who is connected to who, have the interest in getting lands there to do what. I am being cautious because I have heard some names and I can say it, but I don't want to go ahead on the program here. Probably I talk half the year, but and the connection seems not to be. It doesn't sound well. It doesn't smell well, right? And I guess that has been seeping through to the residents also, because this is Jamaica, and you know, even though
it would appear to me though that some of those houses will definitely have to be removed.
Well, there are some areas where you look at it with the naked eye, you can see this rich. So there's no true way about it. I don't think anybody's downplaying that issue at all, and nobody in their right minds wouldn't be. Yeah.
Yes.
But what exactly is going to happen? What are the plans? Why is it that the residents are not being informed? Why is it that both leaders of government are saying two different things? Yeah, and what is the plan? You know, and why are we not brought into the plan and arrangement? That's what the residents are saying.
Yes.
Yeah. And coupled with the fact that there are information flowing, which I wouldn't really want to go on your program and disclose because I don't have the confirmed facts. Yeah.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
Let us see what is going to happen. But, it is clear that area will have to be rehabilitated properly. Some houses will have to be removed. And let us see how the authorities address the matter. Because I also saw a report from some residents in Paraty saying that they are not moving. So, you know, it is at the moment it is ripe for conflict. So.
Yes, and the way it is being handled would create that sort of atmosphere as well. Yes. So I think you mentioned about the government. We always speak to the roof program. Yes. I'm sure you have heard that the minister has announced some second phase of what is it called? The HARP. Humanitarian Assistance Relief Platform, something to that effect, with some sort of fanfare. You know, the showboating, for me, and I might be very critical, but I am, the showboating don't really make much to me. So, what is HARP, as I understand it to be, is that this is really roof. They're trying to correct the leaking roof. Because it's just about people who are on the list where they have some correction needs to be made, some TRN, some cluster, some stuff that we're aware of that from February. So the fanfare in which this is being announced is just for part of the script. What I can tell you, Desmond, you're moving on to HARP. And the first phase, if you call it, I don't know how they can get this relief thing in phases, but the persons who are supposed to have gotten relief to the point that they're going to a second phase is not true. There are names being published and available, you can see, where they are saying that they have been accommodated. But the fact is they don't get any payout, they don't get any money. So this is what it is. It is, when we had COVID, I think the Ministry of Health had a situation where money was expended and there wasn't anything to support it. And then the minister had said because of the urgency and emergency, they had gone ahead and kind of untidy way. So they had said that the paperwork should catch up on the money. This is This is a total opposite now. So it seems as if the money now needs to be catching up on the paperwork. So you have thousands of names being sent out there, and the information, the statistics is saying that how many thousands have gotten relief by name and paper, but they have not gotten the money. They are still going to the office to find out, and they are told that yes, your name is there for X amount of money, but you have to wait until then you can get the money. People have been here for 2 months waiting. The name and list come down, yes, they are part of the process, they have been confirmed, but they can't get the money.
Oh, well.
So it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I see. Yes.
Right.
So as we speak now, you are saying that there are many people, many victims who are still on the waiting list.
Hundreds, Desmond.
In St. Elizabeth.
And the name of player statistics that they have received. So the government would say we have accommodated 46,000, 56,000, when 1,000 have not received get any money. The names on the paper say the process has gone through, but they can't get it from the Saturday Corps, they can't get it from the Bill Express, they can't get it from the Intown because apparently the money is not there for them to receive.
Okay.
And they have been told they have to wait until they get some messages or things coming.
Yes, yes. I see. Have you seen any signs of anything going on in Black River? I mean, rehabilitation or any movement?
Well, as I said to you before, I think the last time we spoke about the rehabilitation of the hospitals and those services, and I heard about the tax office. I see some cleaning up going on, general cleaning up in the tax office area. So I suspect that will go on. That is very welcome for the reopening of the tax office because, you know, the problem that the elder citizens particularly are having.
Going to Santa Cruz.
To be traveling to Mandeville to Santa Cruz, and you know, so but persons are doing some restoration. Some persons are doing that, so there's an aspect of it which is, you know, welcoming. But generally, the movement and the street is a little bit more active, and the shops and things, a few more opening, and you know, people are just trying to survive. This man trying to do what they have to do to survive, to make a living for themselves.
Yeah. Have you been in any of the rural parts of St. Elizabeth where people were affected by the hurricane? Have you had a chance to go anywhere near them?
Yes, madam. I'm speaking to you from Northwest St. Elizabeth. From time to time, I traverse the areas. Yeah, and the issues are similar, Desmond. The issues are similar. And one of the problems again is the rehabilitation of the schools. Now, we are going into a hurricane season.
We are in
and the shelters. Exactly. The shelters, Desmond, the shelters are not ready. And I'm not sure when they're going to be ready. And I spoke some time ago about the whole rehabilitation of schools. And it's at an almost disgraceful display. With the contract, some schools have gotten contractors are there. And you find about 5-6 people doing some work over a period of months. There's no urgency on the part of, I wouldn't know if Ministry of Education, they would have been the person who have given these contracts out. They have not engaged any community members in the work program. Nobody in the community have been, well, as far as I'm concerned, in more than 1 year. They have not engaged anybody in the community to work on it. So they bring down probably 3 or 4 persons, and they have been there working sometime at night time. You hear knocking in the picture at night, you know, show what's happening. So I don't know how this thing is being approached. I don't know how. And the schools are critical. Students out of school, probably most schools operating with probably 2 classes or 3. Most, yes, in the affected areas.
Wow.
Yeah, so the shelter needs shelter. So I don't know.
No, that really don't sound good at all. Things are...
No, Desmond, because listen, you have technical persons, you have soldiers who have been going around to help in rehabilitation. Why weren't they brought into the school, the government buildings to repair? The urgency of even the shelters also. Why?
Yes.
And if you have allowed contract to private persons, why wasn't there, is there an urgency put on it to restore so they could absorb some person from the communities to help? I don't know. From skilled laborers.
Yes.
I really don't know. Yeah. But it's sloppy. It looks sloppy on the face of it.
Yeah, all your thought there for me. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio. Let us go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com. Tools!
The Lion King of Hard
Welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, we are talking to David Satchel about rehabilitation in St. Elizabeth. You recall that that's one of the parish that was badly hit. Yes. In those areas that you have visited, David, what about water? Are people getting water?
Yes, man. And the water cry is a ever ongoing one. But let me just place on the record. I think we spoke last week, Monday, or was it the Friday before, about the situation in a particular areas where I was more familiar with and live. And since the advent, we have seen water in the tap since last week, Monday, especially in the era we're talking about the pond side era. Because this man, I am not afraid to indicate, to suggest that there is manipulation of the water in those areas. Yeah. So I'm not afraid to speak in the public. I've seen water return since Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, over the weekend. And, you know, the source might not be continuous flow, but for the better part of all those days, if even a small amount or even nights, water has come back since. Listen to me, it is a no-brainer. There is manipulation. I don't know why. I may think I know. But there have been manipulation system. The same way they can have it re-energized. This has been going from last year. We know, we live there, we know exactly who and what, and we turn off and what has been put in place. So, but
so is the water,
I must say that.
Is the water commission doing this manipulation?
Well, this one, it may not be seen as manipulation, but surely they will have to be involved in affecting all those turn off and how the water is supplied. There's supposed to be a situation where you send water in some place for some days and then you would feed to annex some other days. That wasn't happening for months. So clearly there must have been some sort of manipulation. And I will go on record and say that.
Yeah.
But there are some areas that are not served up to know. Not even up to many areas. So I'm not sure how it's going to be addressed. I heard that they are having some plans for, that water situation. Yeah. We have heard about it, so let's see if in the near future that will be taking place.
Okay. Well, David, you have to just keep an eye on what is happening to the people down there. As you have pointed out, the program, what is happening is not satisfactory at all. People are not getting through. In other words,
not at the rate that they should.
yes. People, and so, okay. So what we have to do, we have to just keep an eye on what is happening. And
yes, we have to continue to talk about it and highlight it, Desmond, and hope that that will effect some change.
okay. Well, thank you very much for your time. And
thank you.
as we say on Rebel Radio, to be continued.
All right, Desmond, thanks.
All right. Yes. Yes, that is David Satchwell there telling us about what is happening in St. Elizabeth. And as you know, there are thousands of Jamaicans are still not waiting. And I say that, it is very terrible. We are going to switch our discussion now to, as you know, the other issue affecting the country is police killings. Over 150 already. And, it is very bad. I have with me now Carla Golata of Stand Up Jamaica. Hello, Carla, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Yes.
To you and everybody. Thank you for having me.
Yes, of course. Carla, the police killings continues, and there are no signs of letting up at all. What?
Well, I would say that is the opposite. Unluckily, numbers are increasing, and it is something which is pretty disheartening, especially when you see on footage some of the episodes. I'm talking about the one which happened in Gainesville last week, but also one which happened between South Camp Road and Caledonian Road, where a youth was sitting in the back of the taxi and was shot straight by the police. Yeah, I saw it, and by the way, I was involved in the case because I know the family, so they were coming to me, etc. I want to say 2-3 things, if you allow me. The first one, those episodes became viral because there were footages. Somebody with the phone took a video, etc. But there are other episodes that we really do not know what was happening, because you get different versions. One version from the police, another from witnesses, another from families, etc. So it is really hard to find the truth and figure out what happened in that moment. In a couple of them, as everybody knows, I think that everybody saw the video of Gainesville, and somebody maybe might have seen the one in South Camp. But that is confirming our request as civil society groups for body cameras.
Yes.
Because without evidence, you cannot say what happened really and truly, because you don't see it.
Okay.
So you have to listen to version, you have to listen to figure out findings, and it is very difficult to state what happened really and truly. Sometimes it might be also that the police is right because they were trying to self-defend themselves. But a body camera and the fact that people can have access to the matter which happened in a clear way, it is a key point.
Right. No, that one on South Camp Road, is that where an ex-member of the police force was involved? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, no. Yeah, the police was involved in there.
No.
And as I said...
An ex-member of the police who force was a victim, is that what you're talking about?
No,
Oh,
no,
all right.
it's another one.
It's another one. I see.
You see, our feelings sometimes are mixed because we know how difficult it can be for police officer to enter in certain volatile areas, to deal with local violence, and how dangerous can be for them. And that's why, for example, one of the things I was welcoming is the choice to allow and assign to elder officers this kind of operation without involving officers who just started to serve, which might not know how certain mechanisms are, which might get panic. So this idea to give the leadership to this difficult operation to senior officer is a good choice, because it is choosing, selecting officers which have experience on the ground, which might know how is the best approach. But on the other hand, the second dark side of the moon is that sometimes we really don't know what happened. We keep hearing, oh, crime is going down, crime is decreasing, some areas, but in the same time we see that some areas in this moment again have curfew. Look at St. Catherine, there is a curfew. So that means that violence is only partially defeated, and can be defeated in many different ways. For example, I saw situation where police stations were carrying on community policing. Crime was going down. Police was in dialogue with residents. I have been working for a little while with Central Police Station. In Central Police Station area, there are no murderers. And the strategy which has been utilized is a strategy of putting together citizen and police, introducing programs in the area. For example, at Central, there was a very interesting program about gender-based violence, domestic abuse, etc. And people were reacting in a positive way. But when this episode, which is extrajudicial killings, happening in the area, all the community policing activities are disrupted. Because people are on self-defense, people are angry, people are mobbing, and all the attempts to create a relationship between law and order and citizen vanished in the space of 3 minutes.
Yes.
It is something which should not happen, because community policing is a very useful instrument, which is promoting dialogue, promoting the fact that people talk to the police, the fact that the police can introduce programs. I saw, for example, another couple of programs in the schools, especially the high school, where there is sometimes a climate of violence with the youngsters, which are gang leaders, gang members, etc. And those interventions have been instrumental to create a better atmosphere in the school, a less dangerous environment. But as I repeat myself once more, when other episodes happen and the full community feels hurt, feels dismantled, feels that something wrong has been doing, and pretend justice, in that case, you know that the relationship between police body and residents won't be successful at all.
No, not at all.
No.
Yes.
No. You mentioned numbers. I agree with you, 155. It's a whole heap of people, you know. It's a lot of people.
Yes.
Why don't we try to find a solution which is more peaceful, instead of this episode which creates a general bangarang all over Jamaica?
Yes. 155 today. And
Yeah.
we remember that 311 were killed last year. So I must say that last week I was on the road and I was stopped by some cops, and they pointed out to me, and I saw they were wearing body cams. But what I don't see, I don't see the officers going on these special operations where these shootings, for example, those cops who went on that operations over by retirement there last week where 4 were killed, they were not wearing body cams. Yes, and we don't have any secondary report as to what happened in retirement. We have to rely on what the police said. And that has...
You see, I sympathize with you a lot for this story because it happened even to me. I was driving along Constant Spring and the police patrol stopped me and all of them were wearing masks. I got frightened. And I refused to come out from the car, and I was saying, you should identify you. What is the difference between a thug and a police officer? You should reassure me. You should make me see your face. You should let me know who you are. You should have a badge number, a name, everything. When something like this happened, I was trembling for half an hour. So, again, I don't want to blame the lots of good police officers that we have in Jamaica. There are plenty. And as I said, some of them are on the front burner in very hot, difficult situations where they risk their lives. But I think that it should be them defending the reputation of the police body against those which instead damage the good work that they are doing.
Yes.
Yes.
So in that case, those men who were wearing badges, who were wearing covering over their faces, what did they say when you told them that you were frightened?
They were laughing. They were laughing, and then I got upset at that point, and I told them, excuse me, I'm Maria Carla Bullor, director of Stand Up for Jamaica. I don't want to give you troubles, but if you're looking for troubles, you will get them. So the atmosphere was changing. But my first impact was for like fear. At the end, I'm a woman, and you have 4 big officers. You don't know who they are. So, as I said, it's an episode. It happened even to you. It might happen to somebody else. I think that if you want to build a different social situation in Jamaica, we should not shut up. We should not allow for this episode to damage the good work which is done by somebody else. And I think that our society, with this climate of violence that sometimes we all experience, sometimes they feel like they cannot say it because it might be worse for them. And I don't think that this is the right attitude. If you see something wrong, you don't need to be aggressive, you don't need to be violent, but open your mouth. Because every citizen in Jamaica, everyone and each one has rights.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And
so,
yes, Carla.
You know that I have to run in 2 minutes, but I want to say something. Let me say something. We are talking a lot about future, children, etc., which is right. But if there is no collective effort to fight against episodes which bring back Jamaica to the verge of hostility between the police and community, we are not doing a good job. We have to work on that.
Absolutely, Carla. Well, let us see what the authorities are going to do. In the meantime, as you pointed out, we have to stand up and make our voices be heard.
Yeah, because when you feel fear, you don't help yourself, but you don't even help others which might share the same sentiment.
Yes, indeed. All right, Carla, you said you have to go.
I have to run. I thank you for the time that you gave me. But I hope that whoever is been listening to this program make up his mind to be part of a more peaceful society and work on it actively every day.
Okay. Thank you very much, Carla Golata. Stand up for Jamaica. And as we say on this program, to be continued. We'll talk again. Thanks.
You're very welcome. I say bye to you and bye to all which are listening to this program.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. That was Carla Golata there from Stand Up Jamaica. And we were talking about police killings in Jamaica. That is something that is really, really out of hand now. As you can see, the numbers climbing. Yes. At the moment it is 155. Yes. That is really, really high. And well, Dover down in last week, I think within a 24-hour period, there we had 11. Yes. Two of those shootings, one in Montego Bay, one down in Retirement, St. James, and another over in St. Catherine. I think that is on that where the old road was or is. That I understand that the police accosted a group of men, and 4 of them were killed there. And down in, as we said, down in Retirement, that incident there again, where the police accosted 4 men, 2 of whom work at the mall pit. Yes, that is the information that I am getting. 2 of those killed who worked there. And the police said that they accosted them and there was a gunfight. And as a result of that, the 4 men were killed. Yes, I don't know. Well, there is no camera to show us anything. We have to rely on what the police said and what they said, that the men accosted them. They when accosted the men, opened fire, and they returned the fire. And well, you heard what happened. Yes. As I said, my experience last week on the road, I was accosted by cops, traffic cops. Yes. Well, they were not actually traffic police, but they were checking vehicles, checking for papers, to see if your vehicle was roadworthy. Yes. And making sure that you have your license. Yes. And those cops were wearing body cams. Yes. So I would say some cops are wearing body cams, but those involving those planned operations where these killings are, for example, that shooting out by retirement there, that was a planned operation because the police said they were responding to some violence in the area. That is why they went there, right? So that was planned. Those cops were not wearing body cams. No, they were not. And that is what we are calling for, that when the policemen and women who are involved in those operations should be fitted with body cams. That is what we are asking for, right? So that we can have independent evidence and this will also assist the police. Yes, because the police will be in a position to present their case whenever someone says that, no, this is not what happened. The police murdered those men. The police can say, oh no, this is what happened. We responded to fire from those men, and as a result, they were killed. Well, let us see what is going to happen. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard
welcome back to Rebel Radio. We continue this discussion on police killings. I have joining me now journalist and public commentator Lloyd Dagelar. Hello Lloyd, how are you?
Hi, Desmond. How you doing, man? Good to be on your program.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Well, the last time we spoke, you told us of private prosecution that you were preparing in relation to be submitted. Now, how far have you reached with that?
Well, the first draft is ready, but let me just confess that it's very difficult to get legal help in Jamaica, because unless you have a lot of money that you can employ a lawyer and you can get him to, you're paying him. But in terms of lawyers helping you, because they are also committed to the cause, to the human rights and so on, and to really give you some legal help, it's very difficult. And of course, all organizations, we have to raise money and so on and so forth. But we have drafted our affidavit, and it's a matter in a short period. We're going to make an attempt to file it in the court system. And as I said before, if it doesn't work, we are not going to be intimidated or stop our advocacy for legal action to be taken against what I call the three superior commanders of the government and the police force, who must be held legally accountable for the state policy of police extrajudicial killings. Either we do it legally, or as I've seen in other countries, in Africa and so on, where hundreds of people take to the streets because they are upset with the policy of police brutality and police killings in Jamaica, in their country. So if we can't do it legally, then we have a legitimate right to stand up before the people and say, well, listen, we're going to have to use political means in order to bring about changes.
Yeah. Have you tried, I don't know, I'm not suggesting, the public defender's office? Have you gone to them to get some assistance?
No, you're not going anywhere. Not going anywhere with the public defenders. Not going anywhere with the public defender. I can just tell you offhand, I've had years of experience with the public defender's office, and they are as compromised as many other offices are, because they're part of the government, they're part of the state system. When we had the Tivoli Gardens massacre, the office of the public defender didn't really help in the way in which they should have helped. And when I was targeted, they never came to my defense either. When I was targeted by the Commission of Inquiry, etc., as being a troublemaker, they never came to my defense. And I will say one more thing is that when there was a Commission of Inquiry or a commission to decide on compensation for the victims of what happened in 2010 in Tivoli Gardens, hundreds of people did not get any compensation whatsoever, and the public defender has to be held accountable for not really coming to the defense of these people.
Okay, yes. Well, that, as you said, that is your experience, so you have to go by that. But
absolutely,
you would have seen that the killings have continued.
Oh yes, the killings have absolutely continued. You know, you're looking, if you read the newspapers, you will see things like 7 people killed in Montego Bay and so on and so forth. The killings have continued all over. As of
June 19, they said 14 people killed. In the comments saying that 14 people have been killed since June, the beginning of June. So, and there were 7 more people that were killed. So it's over 20 odd people that have been killed since the beginning of June by the police force. They killed 7, they killed 5, they killed a lot of people all over the island and the country. And this is a very serious issue because people have been commenting and and so on and so forth. But I'm just reading a thing by the police commissioner, because there is a police force orders that they call it. It's a weekly, monthly publication by the JCL, and he's telling civil society groups and all advocacy organizations to concentrate on the people who get killed by gunmen. He's not accepting anybody's complaint that the police came and my son, my husband, my friend, he's not a gangster, he's not involved in any crime, and they came here and they killed him and they shoot him and people go out on the streets and protest. He's not paying any attention to that at all. That has no credibility where he's concerned. And so his comments make it quite plain that he accepts what the police do. And what if we try to make an issue about it, he doesn't accept it. And this is why we have to hold the police commissioner accountable, just like how we have to hold the Minister of National Security accountable, and we have to hold the Prime Minister accountable for what is clearly a state policy. Right? It, as we have said, it's going back from the days of Alexander Bustamante, when Bustamante, there was some incident in Coral Gardens, and Bustamante said, bring back all Rastas, dead or alive. They were focusing on Rastas at that time, and Rastas suffered a lot of discrimination and violence, and they here being caught by the police, etc. You had Hugh Shearer telling the police to don't measure the distance between you and them and shoot first and ask questions later. And it has continued and continued from administration to administration to administration. And we believe that it's important to make the point that a few years ago the Prime Minister was speaking at a public meeting and he admitted that police extrajudicial killings are from government to government to government over the years. Standing beside him or on the platform with him was none other than Mr. Peter Phillips, who also was at one point the Minister of National Security, and he never challenged Andrew Wallace where this was concerned. But the point is that Andrew Wallace himself has done nothing to stop police extrajudicial killings. He has never addressed the matter in the way in which it should be addressed. The police commissioner has never addressed it, and the Minister of National Security has told the police to shoot first and ask, to not call an ambulance when you when you shoot people. That is what he has said. And he has also said he does not support the police wearing body cameras. He has said that very explicitly. And the Commissioner of Police agrees with him. And even though human rights organizations are calling upon the police to wear body cameras, there is no indication that they're taking this matter very seriously. And that is why when the police commissioner now can now claim that why are you all focusing on what the police do? Because when the when we go before the courts, there is a low conviction rate. Of course, there's a low conviction rate because gathering the evidence against them is difficult because they don't want to wear the body cameras, and the people who know and see what happened, some of them are intimidated that there may be violence, maybe used against them by the police, etc., etc. Income is challenged in terms of getting the evidence because there's no body camera, no nothing. If they are in fact doing what they're doing legally, why are they afraid of using body cameras? This is how they should demonstrate to the public that what they're doing, they're not committing extrajudicial killings, etc., etc. But they won't hear it. And so therefore, it makes it possible for them to say, well, we're not carrying out extrajudicial killings because when we go before the court, there is no conviction. You understand? That's how it works.
Yes. It is, as you said, pointed out, it's very difficult to assemble the evidence. That shooting in Granville, the one in which the police was charged for the killing of Latoya Bulgin, that only came about because there was camera that captured the footage of what happened.
Yes, exactly.
If there were no independent camera, that matter would have been swept under the carpet like the others.
Exactly, it would not have gone anywhere. No. And there are supposed to be street cameras as well, but it's 4 o'clock in the morning, the police is coming into gunman's house. Can you imagine? Police come to your house at 4 o'clock. I've never heard of any shootout between police and gunmen, and the gunmen being successful against the police. Why would you be so foolish driving a car and come to your house, 10 police officers knock on your door, and you're going to try to see if you can engage them in a shootout? It just not have no logic. It makes absolutely no sense. But that is how the majority of these police killings take place at 4 o'clock in the morning, that they go to somebody's house, and the next thing you know, the person take up them gun and shoot at the police, etc., etc. Makes no sense. It's not logical. But I will say one more point related to that, is that whenever there is a killing, the police will always say that they recovered 2 guns, 3 guns, 4 guns, whatever it is that they recovered. But I believe, and I'm sending this message, I'm directly trying to see if Indicom will respond to it. But the guns that they find, that they say they find, is any investigation done into these guns, the origins of these guns, who own them, etc., etc., etc.? Because I have been told by an ex-policeman that, and I want a video interview with him on are you there?
I am hearing you.
Yes, are you there?
Yes, I am hearing you. Go ahead.
Yes, my phone call coming in. Yes, and he has told me that the police have a warehouse where guns are concerned. Yes, there are a lot of illegal guns in Jamaica. And he told me that it's whenever they kill somebody, it's the guns from that warehouse that they use and plant on the victims that they kill. That's what he told me. So I believe that any investigator, which Income is the main investigator, should really do some investigation into these guns, the origins, who owned it before, was it involved in any other killing, etc., etc. We need some information about that. And I believe that it is possible to do that, but we never hear anything about the so-called guns that they found on the victims.
Mm-hmm. Yes. No, boy. I don't know if you saw this report. a constable, the police is reporting a killing of a constable at the Maroon Town police station. It is said that he was on duty. The police stopped a car, and they found that the car, something was wrong with the car. The car then was not legal, and the driver of the car, was arrested. Well, it happened to be that the car was owned by the cop, and the cop later was found dead at the station.
Very strange indeed. Very, very strange.
Very, very strange. I am wondering. What it could be. If the police would want to kill himself because his car was stopped by his colleagues.
Yes.
I don't understand that at all. No,
very strange indeed.
Yes, a very serious thing. Yes, for a police to kill himself that way.
Yeah, man, there are so many, things. I'm not saying that police have never been killed, but, and if a policeman has been killed, yeah, sure, it should be investigated, and the facts are made known, and whoever committed that as a crime should be brought before the courts, etc., etc. But there are so many things that happen, which I just don't have any logic. And, I don't have any proof, but what I suspect also, that sometimes they will say that they opened fire on gunmen, and they killed 5 gunmen, 1 escaped, etc., and that a policeman was shot. You know what I suspect? I suspect that there are, and no direct evidence, that they also can injure their own policemen when they are doing these random shootings, because if they're not lined up together and they are in different locations, it's possible for one of them to be injured by their own fellow police officers. And I've never heard any investigation into that kind of matter. And, so I think that is also an issue that needs to be investigated. But again, they find what was a bullet inside the policeman, a policeman's bullet, a police bullet, or was it a bullet from a gun that they found or something like that. We never hear that kind of forensic investigation being made public at all. And that is where forensic investigation is needed in order to respond to this claim, especially by the police commission, that we must just forget about, those kind of, forget about police killings and just concentrate on the criminals who shoot people.
Yes. I want to pull your attention away from the killing just slightly. You remember that incident with that woman who was charged with that gangster? Well, the police say that the gangster who was killed in Spanish Town, and a woman was later arrested because she made a video call. She put something on video. I don't remember exactly what it was on video, but she was taken into custody and charged for it. You remember?
Yes. Yeah, well, I know about it, man. I tried to be helpful to her. Dana Warren you're talking about, yeah. And she was charged for malicious communication, right? And she was arrested immediately because she had something out there. But she was one of those online social media people who were saying that the man that was killed by the police was an extrajudicial killing, and they were protesting in Spanish Town against the killing, and she put it out there, and in 2 minutes she was arrested and taken to the police station. She was never given bail. She was in there for almost a year, and her lawyer, rather than challenging how she was treated and this idea of malicious communication, to ask her to plead guilty. And I was there trying to tell her not to plead guilty, to go on and challenge, what was happening in the court system. Well, she took his advice, and so she was locked up for a couple more months, and released because I guess she couldn't pay the fine that was put against her. But it's malicious communication that they use. She's not connected to no gang. She's not capable of doing anything. All she's just saying is, "Boy, these are what I want to get for killing somebody," and that's it. And I can't get into it right now, but I know of another person that has been charged for malicious communication, and that person has been in police lockup now for almost a year, not given bail and not properly represented by his lawyer. So those are some of the issues that arise in these matters. Where, for example, people don't know, and I read this thing by David Batts, who is a judge. He wrote a book about constitutional rights, and he was saying that the police don't have a right to just stop a car and ask you for your driver's license and search your car, etc. He said it's not legal. He said they have to have a reason. You have to have committed some kind of traffic offense for them to be able to stop you and ask you for your driver's license. But it happens a lot where the police just say, they'll stop you, look at your driver's license, and then they'll decide whether to tell you to move on or not. But as I said before, this is being said by a judge, Judge David Batts, in a book that he wrote about your rights, your constitutional rights, your civil liberties, etc. And there's also one more thing, is that unless you live in you're in an area where there's a state of emergency, police don't have a right to just come into your house and say, we're going to search your house. Also, they need to have a warrant. They need to have a search warrant. You can't just do it. So we the people need to know our rights. We need to know our human rights. We need to know our constitutional rights. And let me say another point, that where police killings are concerned, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Jamaicans for Justice, the Canadian government, the American government, and the British government have made very strong comments about human rights in Jamaica and the way the police are used against the people. So this is not just, people who are creating problems as far as the police commissioner is concerned. This is an international issue that is recognized even by the State Department of the United States.
Yes, but you will observe, Lloyd, that these killings are concentrated against one class of people.
Absolutely.
It is mostly the lower class and people who cannot afford legal fees, because how the system is set up is that justice is for sale. Those who cannot afford lawyers can't get justice.
Absolutely. There are so many occasions where people don't have lawyers or they can't get a proper lawyer to defend them. And that is why I'm saying that we need public prosecution, because it's a common law thing that date back to from our colonial times, where there's a recognition that if the state or agencies of the state don't do what they're supposed to do, then you, the citizens, should have a right to prosecute or take the matter to court. Now, of course, it's very challenging to take the matter to court, because if you don't have the knowledge and the information and so on and so forth, and you don't have legal help, it's very difficult. Plus, the Director of Public Prosecutions has the power to frustrate any attempt at private prosecution as well. So this is another point that you are making, that it's so difficult for poor people to defend themselves in these matters. It is not the upper class and middle class people that are being affected by this at all. It's poor people. And I'll say one thing is that the Prime Minister and others in the government have recently been celebrating that the crime rate or the killing rate went down. And they are crediting the police with having reduced the murder rate. But how did the police reduce the murder rate? By increasing their killing rate. So there again, that is another indirect support for police extrajudicial killings, by saying that they are the ones that reduce the crime rate. Because the question is, how did they do it? If the Prime Minister or whoever was saying that the crime rate went down because we had more jobs, because we had better living conditions and better, social conditions, then that would be very credible. But it's not credible to be able to prove it, that it is the police that did something about reducing the murder rate, because murder is a social thing that is going on. People don't have no education, they don't have no job, they know, and so on, and gangs develop in communities because they're hustling and so on and so forth. Those things need to be addressed as social political issues, but we don't address them. We just say, well, the police must go in there and find the gang and shoot them and kill them. Well, how do the police know who are the gang members and so on and so forth? 90% of the times when the police go in there and kill people, there is no proof, and the people are saying that these are not members of any gang. They have a job, they are working, and so on and so forth. So that is another issue that we need to look at and we need to talk about.
And you raise a point there, Lloyd. We need to know what is the connection between the reduction in murders last year and the police killing. Is there a connection? The police, the government won't say, and the police won't say that. But
exactly,
I from what I have seen, just my observation is that the killings, it is a strategy by the police. These killings are not just random killings. There is a strategy that the police are using.
And fully supported by the Prime Minister, the Police Commissioner, and the Minister of National Security.
Yes. Well, I would say that the state is supporting it, right?
Absolutely.
And so far we have seen the latest count 155 killings so far this year.
That have taken place, yes.
And from all indications, it will continue. So
absolutely.
We can expect another 300 killings at the end of this year.
Absolutely. And when we attempt to file our private prosecution, whatever happens, whether positive or negative, we are going to go public with it again to let the public know that we tried, and the court system said, no, you can't go nowhere. And because if that happens, that means that there is impunity legally for police extrajudicial killings. This is an impunity matter from the police right up through the political system to the legal system as well. And so it is a state policy if that is what happens. So we need to look at it that way.
Okay. Well, we have to leave it there for today, Lloyd. But as we say on Rebel Radio, to be continued. I want to thank you very much for your time today. And we will have to...
Thank you very much for having me, Desmond. Thank you. All the best to you, and have a good day.
Okay. That was journalist and public commentator Lloyd Dagelar. There, and we were talking about police killings. Yes. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware. To him I freely give. I will ever love and trust him. In his presence daily. I surrender all. I surrender all. Jesus, I surrender. Humbly at his feet I bow. Worldly pleasures all forsaken. Take me, Jesus, take me now. Jesus, I surrender. Make me Savior, Holy Father. Let me feel thy Holy Spirit. Truly know that thou art mine. I surrender. I will never love and trust you in His presence daily. I surrender all. I surrender all. All to Thee, my precious Savior. I surrender all to Jesus. I surrender. Humbly hands, feet and mouth. Worldly pleasures, all forsaken. Take me, Jesus, take me now. I surrender all. I surrender all to Thee, my precious Savior. I surrender all to Jesus. I surrender. Make me Savior, Holy Father. Let me feel Thy Holy Spirit. Truly know that Thou art mine. I surrender all. I surrender all. Thee, my precious Savior. Oh, I surrender all. I surrender all. I surrender all to Thee, my precious Savior. Oh, I surrender. I surrender all. Surrender all. I surrender all. I surrender all. Lord, I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready. I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready for your call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. When all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me to the dark. You shine your light so I could see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemy.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and I have member of the diaspora with me online. Here now, Patrick Bedford. Yes, and I recall my listeners recall that we had a discussion last week. Yes. And we just want to continue. Just, Patrick, just introduce yourself to my listeners and viewers again, please. Patrick? Patrick?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, I was just saying to you that I would like you to just reintroduce yourself for me, for my listeners.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I currently I'm in Nashville, Tennessee at a conference that I represent my denomination at our which is an annual, they call it synod, so it's like a general meeting of all the Reformed Church of America that we're meeting.
We're having some technical issues there with our phone.
From Jamaica. I used to be, as we talk about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference, I used to be the representative for the U.S. Northeast, so which is from Virginia to Vermont. That's where I usually the Northeast represents. So it includes New York, New Jersey, the tri-state. So the largest settlement of Jamaicans outside of Jamaica was at over 1 million plus Jamaicans that were represented. So I served for 3 years. It normally was
Gone again. Internet is not.
The diaspora movement and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Okay, let me hold on one sec. Let me just see if I could settle the internet thing here. Oh gosh. I'm trying to get the internet covered where I'm at.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm good within it. I don't know why it's going up and down. So
It's gone again.
I could not continue because of my
Patrick, you want?
Yeah.
Yes. I want you to hang up and let me call you back. Hang up, Patrick. Yes, we just asked Patrick to hang up there. We're having some internet issues. And he's breaking up. I'm going to try and get him back. Yes. I don't know why, but I'm trying again to get him back online. Yes. You are there, Patrick?
Yeah, man, I got you.
All right.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah. So what I was saying, at the time, I'd spoken to the joint session of Congress, not Congress, Parliament, about diaspora movement. At that point, we were in its infancy. I was the second person elected to represent the Northeast. And so the whole idea was I thought of the way they have it, we needed to change it. So one of the things that I pushed for to name it the Global Jamaica Diaspora Conference, because during my presentation to Parliament back then in 08 as a matter of fact, I had some Columbia University students that helped me to do a research on diaspora movements globally and how it operates. And I figured who wanted to benchmark what it is, because like Nigeria was something that I studied. I like how they do it, the Philippines and other countries where the diaspora movement is controlled in the diaspora. Like what I suggest is like the Minister of State could be an ex officio member, but he sits, he doesn't have a vote. We vote for the representative. So they decide to take it and run it with it, where the minister is in charge, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have like the global diaspora movement had like say 30 members. And they elect 14 from the diaspora, and the other 15 was 29 members. The other 15 was appointed by the minister. So so the minister run things because people then will vote what they want to do. And I said that is not democracy. That is, we're just secondary. So to me, this movement now is about photo up and who wants to, get something from the government. I don't want that for nobody because when I'm dead, I can't carry anything with me. That's my philosophy. As a person who practices Christianity, that is what it is. It's about equal. It's about serving the lost, the least, and the marginalized. That was my intention when I went there. What we can do better for Jamaica, with the experience and the things that we learn in the USA and Canada and in UK, what we could do to contribute to Jamaica in a sense. So that was my thing. And so I got disappointed and despondent with the way the operation wanted to do because, so you go to the conference. If you're in the conference yesterday, you're there to tell, on the diaspora, we can't do with this and all this things that make you feel like you're good and you're compatible and your shoulder and yourself. And I said, well, yes, we are diaspora, we're doing things. We're not doing anything. Because right now there's some vexing points for me with the diaspora movement starting from where we have COVID. We had a radiothon that collected over $300,000 and something US dollars to buy PPE equipment. I don't know if any PVI or PPRE, not that I know if I've had in consultation with the person who was the health chair. And they said, he collected the money, but the minister tell him to put the money in consolidated fund. And he said the wrong thing to somebody who studies civics here in Jamaica. Because when I study back to back, I could tell everybody what happened. And I said to him, but wait a minute. The consolidated funds is the government of Jamaica bank account, and the only thing according to the law that can go into the consolidated fund is revenue, taxes, and government excise duty and all that stuff. So me can't go donate money in a consolidated fund. Up to now, we don't know what happened. That is some of the vexing thing that happened. So there's no accountability with the diaspora movement as it is now, because none of these guys. Imagine you're a delegate, right? And you have to pay your airfare. You have to pay your hotel. The only thing they give you is, and you pay for it technically, you get one transportation from the hotel to the conference center. You understand? And you. All of that money that they've collected from the attendees, it goes into what we don't know how it went. You understand? That was one of the last straw for me because they couldn't give me an accounting. I demanded an accounting. How much money collect? What did you use to spend it for? And all that stuff. And that was my bottom line because I said, I don't want to associate with anything. If somebody's just to stick me up and say, okay, we sent you $500 and you say you use it, where did it go? We couldn't say anything. He didn't know. So myself and Ronald Robinson had a big, back and forth talking about it. And there's some other stuff that was revealed by, Christian was asked of me, and, people upfronted me and tell me and everything. So, so that was the thing, with the diaspora movement. So to me, it's just they only change the name, but the operation is still the same. Because you can't have a diaspora conference with a minister in charge. And so if the minister does something right now, what I see is happening in Jamaica is that the government is doing certain things, and none of the members of the diaspora movement can say anything. I name one of the most injustice things that is happening in Jamaica from afar, where the government or whatever spend enough money to buy body cams for policemen to wear it, and they refuse. The minister don't give all kind of excuses why they can't wear body cam, and yet in a one day 11 people get killed by police. There's no body cam to say, well, the police was in right. How comes this is happening all of a sudden? So, and it's only certain people, certain areas they're going eliminating people. And you can't, as a diaspora member, say, listen, I'm uncomfortable in being a part and supporting an administration that sees these things happen and everybody's just business as usual. You understand? When are we gonna stop being a part of that situation? So these are the things. The diaspora conference, I call it, is a photo op. Opportunity for people want to go back to them, the office, and say, oh, was it the prime minister, or was it the minister, or this and that, and everybody thinks about you're big in Jamaica, and everybody, you're giving back to the society. You're not giving back anything, and at the conference where I'm at right now, there was an issue that came up, and about what is happening in terms of the United States and the gerrymandering of congressional divisions and traffic, put all the black people in a certain, and the southern states, one little thing, and give them less representation. And everybody, and I wanted to put a motion into the denomination into others. And so I get in trouble with it. Not really trouble, but it's good trouble, because I said, if we as a church or Christian society cannot go and speak up, and say, boy, it's too rush. I said, did it stop Jesus from turning over the tables in the temple when they were using it for nefarious reasons? No. Did it stop Jesus from healing the sick when on the Sabbath day? No, because you have to do everything and all that stuff. And so because one of the things I referred to them, I said, is the silence of the society. The silence of those who are wearing collar and going to church, and all them can say, all them can talk about are people who gay, all them can talk about two people who have two girlfriends and all this stuff. That never had up to anything. Yes, it's sin, but we only focus on the ones that the small people are those who are doing. But the biggest sin is the one that affects the entire society. What happened? Nothing is going to be discussed at the conference where the $1 billion+ was collected and donated by the diaspora, and it's only $100 and something million spent out of it. 2%. We can't have that discussion because they won't allow it. So what am I going to do that? To start take pictures? You understand? Me all of me have gray hair. Me no want a picture.
The conference is in progress in Mobile now.
Yeah, exactly. But everybody asks them what is their agenda, and they're being spoken to. They're not having any substantive discussion where they can say, okay, what can we do for the next hurricane, because we live in a hurricane zone? What lessons we learn from this? You understand? How many tractor trailers of foods and relief items were dumped? What can we do better the next time something happens? How can we, lessen all these things? You understand? So the conferences are just a talk fest, is a waste of time, because there's nothing substantive is coming out of the conference where you can go back and the diaspora and says, okay, let's work towards getting some standby generator for the hospitals. So when the next blackout Island blackout, we can still operate the hospitals. Let's work on and the diaspora, get a team in the diaspora to work and using solar energy. Because Jamaica is sunshine 365 days a year, which all these hospitals, public places should be equipped with solar energy. You know, how do we rebuild Jamaica with Jamaica? I see the Prime Minister last week talk about do you want to do something like Dubai and Singapore. What are you going to do? More below the pier of hotels and something in Jamaica and can go get a sea bath when you know stuffy, make the salt water run out here, you know, instead of go take medication. And somebody, what do these people that come then build all these buildings and then what is that? It messes up the environment because how vicious the storms are because of those high-rise blocking the trade winds. You understand? And in Jamaica, it's like a vault inside, they're hot and everything. You know, I go there and people have an AC and I sweat. You understand? So we have to sit and look. Should be a good substantive discussion. Let's look at some stuff, low-hanging fruits that we can handle as from the diaspora and manage it. Yeah. You understand? You know, and one thing I tell you, what they need to do, so much of us have gone through different things. We in the diaspora can say, okay, since you guys have the time I wanted it, me retired and all that stuff, I do other stuff for myself personally. But what don't you guys sit down and make a proposal to us for the new constitution of Jamaica? And so we are far away from it. We can use the knowledge and where we live and see how we can put it in a Jamaican context. That is what we need to do. Rather than sit down and minister come and say, "Oh, thank you all for serving. I want you to help us with the hurricane and all the food that people send and all this. Most of it were dumped." I mean, it doesn't make sense. You understand? And we have to talk about situation, because if were I there, I would challenge the Prime Minister. I would say, for 4 years you are running around like a preacher. You cannot present an audited report about your finances and everything and all that stuff. You need to step aside and fix yourself first, because nobody would go to a doctor if that doctor have a neurological problem, I expect him to operate on you when he hand the shake and all and something. No, you want somebody who's level-headed and have nothing, is not compromised. And we can't do that with they can sue me. We have nothing for them to sue. You understand? But you cannot have a leader that every time his auditors is coming, is always some excuses. And the churches need to stand up. The churches need to stand up. But they're afraid. I tell you, brother, I preach a sermon, I use it, and I would preach it to Jamaican Parliament. There's a story when Jesus walked on water. 12 disciples he had. And only one of them go walk to him. And everybody preach, and the one I walk him, and I say, Peter, so him take care of Jesus and he sink. But nobody talk about the other 11 who sit down, know Jesus, heal the sick, raise the dead. And the one of them, none of them would step out of the boat because they were so darn comfortable in the boat, because they're afraid there's a boy shark go bite them. They're afraid so they can't swim. And Jesus will come. You know. So that is what we need, people to step out of the boat of comfort. You understand? I help the people go walk on water for the lost and the least and the marginalized in our society. You understand? Yes. People that get dead on the seat, you know. So, you know, when I talk about Jamaica, I get worked up because I see people are just muted. They mute themselves because of, for what? Because guess what happened? As a chaplain, when I was training one Saturday, I'll tell you the last story. One Saturday I was training, and in the hospital I was training, they have a rule that everybody there's a code blue that means that the person at checkout and the verge at checkout and me at checkout. A chaplain have to be present. One Saturday morning, we go on the shift from 7 to 11:30. 8 people we witnessed dead. 8 from a 1-day-old baby to an 88-year-old Jewish man. And you know what happened? All of them died the same way. You know how them died? Them breathed the last breath. Oh. And all the doctor do a look on his hand, in left hand, and we put on the watch and he said 9:55. Wow. 10:20. That's all. We died the same way. And none of them say, the Jewish man, say, I will have money. You know, say, boy, me are dead now, you know, send me a bank book, yeah? Boom. You understand? So what are we living for if we're ministers of the gospel? We're supposed to be looking for the lost and everybody. And that's what God make us for. You understand? Love your neighbor. You understand? Yeah.
Well, Patrick, we have exhausted our time this afternoon, but we will have to, you know, it is very interesting for us to talk. And,
yes, man, anytime, man.
Yes, I will call you again. Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right, man, blessings from Tennessee.
Have a good afternoon. That was Patrick Bedford there, above the diaspora. And he's telling us about the diaspora movement and what is missing. Coming up next is Workers' Time. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagelberg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware. Oh Lord my God, when I'm in awesome wonder, consider all thy works thy hand doth make. I see the stars, I hear the mighty thunder, thy power throughout the universe display. Then sings my soul, my Savior God to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Savior God to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. When through the woods, the forest glades I wander, and hear the birds sing sweetly in the trees. When I look down from lofty mountain grandeur, and hear the brook and feel the gentle breeze, then sings my soul, my Savior God to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sing my soul,
welcome back to Rebel Radio. It's time for workers' time. You know, on Mondays, we spend some time to look at what is happening at the workplace. And I have with me Mr. Vincent Morrison there, one of the country leading trade unionists with me this afternoon. Mr. Morrison, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon to you, sir, and your listeners and the other members on the panel here with us this afternoon.
Yes. Well, I must tell you that you are alone right now.
I am the Lone Ranger.
Yes, you're a Lone Ranger. Yes.
All right, sir. No problem.
Well, sir, we are at the end of, almost at the end of June. I know that the unions met with the government. There should have been another meeting, and I have not heard anything. The unions are waiting on the government for them to reschedule another meeting. What do you make of the wage talk so far?
Well, take it from me, there's no wage talk going on. You can describe what is happening in terms of the collective bargaining process between the government of Jamaica and the trade unions as silent bargaining. In other words, nobody seems to, well, the trade union seems to be a bit muted. And I must say that the teachers, you have to take the teachers out of that, because the teachers seems to be very militant, quite correctly so, because, you know, the teaching profession has been under a lot of pressure. The teacher, the council that is being put together to, you know, supervise the teaching profession is a joke. Huh? And I support the teachers. The doctors are waiting for an IDT award over some overtime issues. So the Central Civil Service, meaning those groups who bargain directly with the government, nothing is happening there much, and I really regret this. The parastatals, the agencies like Petrodrum, Housing Trust, FSC, you know, we are in the process of meetings very shortly. Within another week or two, I think there should be some announcement as to what is being done. But, you know, over time, the Central Civil Service negotiations always take the lead. And as I said, you know, not much is happening there. But as you know, we are coming out of May. And the 23rd of May, Labor Day, I would want to believe that there were two good issues, very good issues, very good development. One, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security named the building at 1 North Street, the Portia Simpson Miller building, and I think that was well deserved. You there?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
I think that was well deserved. Mm-hmm. The other thing that came out sometime before was the National Housing Trust celebrated 50 years since Michael Manley took that wonderful decision to establish the trust. I went to the church service and I was very much taken back that there was not one word mentioned about Michael Manley. I sat in the service and I sure and not one word was mentioned. So, God bless the great man. But it was good to know that an institution like the National Housing Trust is still alive. We had a development recently where the government is taking 11 billion per year for the next 5 years. Each year. That is about 55 billion out of the trust.
Yes.
And that must compromise the ability of the trust to provide housing for the Jamaican people, Jamaican workers. It's something that was done in another administration, but it was essential that that be done because I was a member of the board, and I can tell you, if that was done at the time, we wouldn't have an economy now. I remember that meeting at Jamaica House, where the Prime Minister indicated that the IMF was in Washington waiting for the telephone call because the gap, they had to fill a financial gap, and only the housing trust in Jamaica at the time was able to step forward to fill that gap. So, all in all, Michael Manley, the trade unionist, I would need about 2 hours in your program to talk about Michael Manley, the politician. But talk about Michael Manley, the trade unionist. Wonderful. And you can't talk about Manley without talking about the bauxite and aluminum industry. And that is where we're having some issues now, because the workers of Yorktown, Portsmouth, Thornburg, Kirkbride, they have been waiting. The contract expired in November last year, and we have had one meeting for clarification. We're trying to get another meeting, but it would seem as if the war, I'm not talking about the one in Iran,
Which one?
in the Middle East, between Iran and Israel and the United States. I'm talking about the one between Ukraine and Russia. You know, UC Rusal is a Russian company.
Russian company.
There seems to be some problems. You know, we have new management team. We had one settlement with them so far, and I was quite impressed the way in which they came to the table and tried to settle that negotiations. So we are waiting. I've been in touch with the union delegates, and we've got to just sit back a little bit and see what happens. Because what we don't want to do at this time is to hear about any other closure. Because one of the things that have been coming to us, and you have seen it in the plazas around the country, where there's a lot of closure resulting in redundancies, not in a very large scale, but, you know, these issues start small, then they get to medium levels, and then to the larger levels. We have been working with our partners in the companies in the private sector, the SEPRODs, the UMS, United Management Services, and we have been having pretty good success. JPS, in spite of the problems they're having with the blackout recently, but we have been having some successes right across the country. But we still believe that what is needed is more unity among the social partners. Social partners need to be sitting down, and this is not happening. The Employers Federation, Jamaica Manufacturers Association, all these groups should be sitting down. In fact, I should tell you that another success was the Industrialist Tribunal, IDT. And they also had their 50th anniversary. I went to that symposium. And what was clear coming out of the employers was that they were trying to make a case for small business. To say that, for example, in the Labor Code, the Labor Relations and Industrial Dispute Act, the Termination of Employment and Redundancy Payment Act, these acts should be amended. They are asking for amendment to these acts. And we have made it quite clear that this cannot be. Because you can't have two laws, one for the small business and one for large business. It don't make sense.
Okay.
So they feel that the issue of procedure, you know, where an employer would look on a worker and without giving the worker a chance to defend himself or him or herself, they would just call the worker and fire the worker. That cannot be fair. And so the Labor Relations Industrial Act and the Labor Code are documents that, in my view, are needed, monumental. They are documents that, as long as we have a country and we believe in democracy, those documents are relevant, totally relevant.
Okay. What have you heard out from the company, bauxite company in St. Elizabeth?
I thought, again, I have to raise the question of fairness. Two main industries of bauxite and aluminum, and the sugar industry. In terms of earning foreign exchange, there's no other company, no other industry, nothing that earns more. Well, put it this way, taking the sugar industry out of agriculture and closing down the sugar industry is one of the main reasons why we're not having growth in the country. Because the income from the workers who work in the industry, sugar industry, was the only income that you can say that stays in the community. So the workers in Clarendon, their income would be in Clarendon to support commerce, etc., the schools, etc., in Clarendon. Money must have been closed. Bernard has been closed. When Bernard had closed, you know, it's 38 million per month. They speak now to the Canstown economy.
St. Catherine economy.
Yes, the St. Catherine economy. 38 million. Alpha, owned by the Chinese. And the Chinese also own the sugar industry. And I think it's economic madness for you to have these industries and give it to a great powers. And it doesn't look like we can talk to them. It don't look like we can talk to them, because what we should be saying to the Chinese, especially with what happened with the hurricane in Westmoreland, is that we want Chrome to be open. Well, it's not closed totally, but Chrome can produce 100,000 tons of sugar. It's now producing 30,000 tons. Can you imagine if we're producing 65, 70,000 tons of sugar from the amount of employment? I've been down to Westmoreland, George's Plain and surrounding, and I can tell you, it's suffocation down there.
Yeah.
The road infrastructure is a disgrace. we are committed to constructing 2 houses down there for one member who is presently employed and one member who was retired. And for last Wednesday we were down there looking at the land facilities, and we are going to ramp up this program at the earliest possible time so that these 2 former workers will have some shelter over their heads if another hurricane were to attack us.
Yes.
Like Gilbert or Melissa. But the point I want to make here is that as a little developing country, how can we have our 2 main industries? And we give it to the 2 superpowers. And like the superpowers do, then prove it down. And we can't do nothing. We can't do nothing. They're dumb.
So you have no word at all, not as far as Halpart is concerned?
Nothing from Halpart. A lot. I heard the minister was going to China. I never done yet, but I think it's wrong to have your industries like this industries and have to run and go to China. What are you going to China to do? In this modern age of technology, what are you taking up things going to China to do? Wasting taxpayers' money? Right? So, if we're talking about economic growth, we are not going to get economic growth in Jamaica, mainly because too much of our industry, our leading industry, whether you're talking about the cement company, whether you're talking about the bauxite company, whether you're talking about the sugar industry, whether you're talking about telecommunication per se, whatever, it's going on. And take cement now. We're going to have some issues of cement. Because what is happening at cement can be fear.
What does that mean there?
They have a profit sharing arrangement out there. It is more like a incentive scheme. Because it's not a portion of the profit that is being paid to the worker. Anyway, what has happened is that the target is 95. The workers have made 94.6.
94 what? 94 what?
The target is 95%. Huh?
Yeah.
They have made 94.6.
Okay.
In fact, the short is 30. Is 0.3 something. And the company has said that they're not paying the workers. And the workers will get 2 weeks pay. But then they will get 2 weeks pay. 2 weeks pay additional. So that one is going to create some problem. Some serious problem between now and certainly next week. Now and next.
There were some production issues over there that has been sorted out?
Not totally, but the company is up and running. There's no industrial dispute there. Company is up and running.
Yes. So, from where you sit, Mr. Morrison, what for the next 6 months, or 5 months then, because June is almost finished.
Yeah.
What do you see for the workforce in Jamaica? What is
Stubborn. Very stubborn. Let me tell you something. It is worse than when we were on the IMF, under the IMF program. It is worse, as far as I'm concerned. Because wage adjustment are even tighter than when we were on the IMF program. Much tighter.
So you don't see any light for the workforce in the coming months?
I don't see any light. I don't think the 7% that government, the 2%, 9.5% over 4 years. That's what they're after. 9.5% over 4.
Yes. So, do you see industrial unrest down the road?
It's going to be a long summer. It's going to be a long summer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I hope that the union leaders will be able, and the government will be able to sort out the difficulties. It's a difficult period, right? Workers are facing difficulties. Cost of living is going up every day.
You want to talk about that?
Yes, I am glad to see that the last thing I saw today was a report that Iran and America have signed some peace agreement. So,
by the way, I'm supporting Iran as my football out of the World Cup. Then that team I'm supporting.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, but I'm very happy to see that there's an agreement.
Yes, I'm very happy to see that.
If I should comment, Obama had a similar arrangement. What's the difference? It would have been better for the Trump administration to have tried to improve on the Obama thing. They are going to war.
Yes.
War has not solved anything, apart from 16, 20 American lost in their life.
Yes.
The cost of living down through the roof. Huh?
Yes. That make things worse.
That makes things worse.
Globally.
Yeah.
Well, I sincerely hope that they will be able to maintain what they signed, because that will put some ease on the cost of fuel, which is going out of control at the moment. Workers I know have to pay increased bus fares, transportation fees gone up, and it's going up further next month. Well, I can only hope that things...
The price of the basic goods and service have been going up.
Yes, sir.
Going up. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I want to thank you very much this afternoon, Mr. Morrison, for your insight and for your experience, for your talk this evening. Have a good evening, sir.
Thank you very much for having me, son.
Okay.
May your station continue to rise.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes. This is Rebel Radio. Let us take a break. We're on workers' time.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com. Tools!
The Lion King of Hard the sun, where to stand in the morning. And who thought the ocean, you can only come this far. And who show the moon, where to hide till evening. Whose words alone can catch a falling star. Well, I know my Redeemer lives, and I know my Redeemer lives. Let all creation testify is risen and alive, and I know my Redeemer lives. The very same God that spins things in orbit runs to the weary, the warm and the weak. And the same gentle hands that hold me when I'm broken, they conquered after bringing victory. Yes, I know my Redeemer lives, and I know my Redeemer lives. Let all creation testify He is risen and alive, and I know my Redeemer, He lives to take away.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, we are on workers' time. And we are going over to Guyana now. I have Miss McCalla McAlmont, and she is the Regional Vice President for the Guyana Teachers Association. Yes. Good evening, Mrs. McAlmont.
Good evening. I'm privileged to have an opportunity to be on your program, and thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity on behalf of the Guyana Teachers Union.
Yes. It is indeed a pleasure for us to have you on Workers' Time. So tell us what is happening to the teachers in Guyana.
Well, first and foremost, allow me to give you a background to what is happening so you can get in the context of where we are. So the Guyana Teachers Union, about 4 years ago, embarked on a strike action. We have made it clear that teachers are one of the most hardworking workers in this country, and we should be treated with some dignity and respect. So we've embarked on that strike action after numerous opportunities of speaking or trying to speak with the government. They refused to speak with us. We have embarked on a strike action in retaliation. That strike action was quite successful. However, our then president settled for meager 8%. At 10% for 1 year, 8% the other year, and this year, 9%. We are still yet to receive that 9% as we speak, but along with that, there are some other professional development sessions where we are to reach with the ministry every month to get that done. As we speak, for the last year or so, the Ministry of Education has been refusing to speak with us. We have sent correspondence, we have sent written letters to the ministry asking them to engage with us from time to time, and based on that agreement that they have signed with us. They have not honored that agreement. So we have written to the Chief Education Officer, the CEO of the Ministry of Education. We have written to the minister, both ministers, because if you know, we had a recent election of last year. We've written to both ministers to speak with us, and both of them blatantly refused to meet. We've written to the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Irfan Ali, and he has also not responded to our correspondence. So as we speak, there are issues that are affecting our teachers that we are unable to effectively discuss with our leadership of this country and the leadership of the education sector.
Yes. So have they indicated any reasons why they have not met?
They have not even responded to our correspondence. And let me tell you how blatant it is. One time the Chief Education Officer, the CEO, was in Berbice, which that is my district. And what I attempted to do was to print out all of the correspondence that we would have sent via email and hand delivered it to him, so that even if by any chance he missed it via email, I hand delivered it to him. And he acknowledged receipt of it, and that was it. We never heard of anything. After that, we've written several follow-ups, and we still haven't heard anything coming from him.
Wow. No, that is not good at all. Not good. So
it surely isn't. It stymies the progress and the work of the teachers. And, you know, it's frustrating because, let me also add this quickly, because since our strike action, for the last 3 or 4 years, they have refused to deduct our union dues. So teachers now have to pay their union dues manually. And you know what happens, once people have to take that out of their salary, it is harder for them to pay. So as we speak, our union dues have not been deducted. We have, because it was a court order, we have back in the court a contempt of court proceedings against the government that have not been called as yet, so we are waiting that. So there's a mountain of issues that teachers are faced with in Guyana. And trust me, it is frustrating. It is not something that I would wish on any teacher to endure, because we are one of the hardest working groups out here.
And you have certainly your profession, teachers in Guyana, you would say they are not benefiting from the oil, the income from the oil.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We have not directly or indirectly benefited in any capacity from Guyana's oil, because we have the government have ensured that in every given capacity that we do not benefit. We're asking for a livable wage, while our agreement will be ending this year. We've been asking for a livable wage for the last 3-4 years, and even beyond that, and we haven't been able to get that. And with our with our economy increasing with oil and wealth, I don't see that as a hard thing to ask for.
Yes. What about the infrastructure itself, the school buildings? Are they in good shape?
There are some repairs done to some of the schools, but many of the schools are yet to reach to that standard. There are still schools with issues as little as as washroom issues. There are still schools with little to no running water. And may I say this, in my district or my county of Berbice, they are now rising COVID cases. So you understand, if there are schools with little to no running water and there are COVID cases, the hazardous opportunities for COVID to continue to rise, you know?
Yes.
And flourish in those environments. So there's schools that are still in deplorable conditions. Of course, they will say to you that they are looking after all schools, but there's some schools who have better facilities than some.
Yes, yes. But as you mentioned something about COVID, what is the Ministry of Health doing about that? What is?
Well, it has been for the last week. We have had COVID-19 in raising in the schools. There's one school currently, there is 5 cases. Another school last week, there are 3 cases, including a teacher. And so you have no structure or plan to say, look, if this is detected in the school, this is how people should operate. There's no standard operating procedure. What the head teachers would actually do is report this. They would fumigate the school and children back in school. No distribution of masks, no distribution of hand sanitizer or anything to fumigate or anything to, clean the atmosphere while the children are there. So I guess the teachers and the head teachers will have to take preventative measures on their own and not depend on the Ministry of Education, because nothing is coming from the Department of Education or the Ministry of Education as it relates to this.
Wow, that is not good news at all. Not good news.
Not good news.
No.
Not good news.
Not at all. And teachers, are you having exodus from the profession? Are teachers leaving?
Well, teachers have been leaving. Teachers continue to leave. But of course, they will say to you that they are graduating thousands or hundreds from the teachers training college. But the quality of teachers that they're graduating is not the quality that is leaving, because the people who are leaving with their years of experience, and the quality that has been replaced is a watered down system. Don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with the personalities, the teachers themselves. I have a problem with the program in which there is instituted. The program is now a watered down program, and because that program is watered down, many of the teachers are not going through a proper system of training, because they depend on the quantity to boast and brag that we have graduated 1,000, 1,200, 2,000 teachers. But when you put them in the classroom to effectively function, they can't do that because they were not adequately trained.
Oh my. That again is a bad. What about other professions, like the police, other government workers, or are they faring? You can't say anything about that?
Definitely. So the other professions, including nursing. So if you do not know, in Guyana, the nurses are leaving left, right, and center for UK. The nurses are leaving for England because there are better opportunities there. So our health centers and our hospitals are close to empty because the nurses are going away. And I'm not sure if you're following our local politics, but our government is talking about bringing teachers from India and all these other places. Sorry, not teachers, nurses, from India and all these other places to make up for the absence of the nurses in our hospitals. But you understand the difficulty of language barriers and the difficulty of bringing people from outside. It means that you will have to pay them at a higher cost, find housing, find food, comparing to if you spend that same amount of money and you pay our workers here adequately. right? So that poses a difficulty. As it relates to the discipline service, that includes our policemen, our soldiers, our prison officers, and so on. They are some of the lowest paid in our country. All right? They're some of the lowest paid, but of course you know that they don't have unions. So whatever teachers, so the benchmark of the country really, whatever teachers negotiate for and they get, all other public servants get. So what we tend to do is try our best to negotiate at a highest possible level so that the whole country can benefit, because whatever teachers get, everybody gets.
Right. Okay. I see. So that what was granted to the teacher the last time, the other public service got that on their salary.
Everybody in the public service get that, exactly. So for example, we're having 9% increase this month that should have been paid in January or early up in this year. We are still yet to receive that 9%, but it will be a countrywide 9%, which means all public servants will get that 9%.
Yeah. Have the government said, give a reason why the delay in payment?
Well, if you know the government of Guyana, they have a Bullyism approach to things. You ask questions and you'll be shut down. So even if you ask, you don't get answers, right? You have to be loud enough, and you have to ensure that it's a maximum group of people, where maybe in a protest action or something, in order for you to get adequate answers. Other than that, you don't get answers in Guyana.
Wow. No, that is really, that don't sound good at all. Education, based on what you have said, there needs to be some more attention given to the education of the youth. I can imagine that the youth are at risk if the education system is not treated properly.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Yes, and the Minister of Education, as you know, what is the Minister of Education saying about the state of education in the country?
Well, the truth is, they will not see it the way we see it. They will feel, in fact, they are feeling as though they're doing a very excellent job in all that they do. You know, they boast about having and brag about having maybe the highest in the region in passes. But then, if we celebrate only the 1%, what is happening with the 99%, right? So even if we celebrate the 1%, that is fine. But you still have to cater for those persons who have not been successful at these exams. What are the B plans for those persons? And so the government will not see it the same way. They will feel as though they are doing all well and all is good.
Yes. That is not based on what you are telling me, that is not the case at all.
It is not the case. It is not the case.
So, as we speak, you would say that what would you say about the education system in Guyana?
Sorry, please repeat that.
Well, as we speak, what would you say? How would you rate? What kind of grade would you give the education system in the country?
So the truth is, the education system needs all stakeholders to work. You cannot have the Ministry of Education not engaging their stakeholder partners, whether it's the Guyana Teachers Union, whether it's the Parent Teacher Association, and so on, and expect it to be effective. All systems need to work for the system to be effective. With them refusing to reach with the Guyana Teachers Union, evidently it will throw the system years back, because they will not truly understand many of the issues that are affecting our schools and how it can be resolved. Because too many times the teachers will have a problem, and the teachers will choose to keep their problems to themselves or tell a union rep rather than going to, let's say, the regional education officer or the education officers. Right? So they will prefer to speak with their representative, and that is where we come in and we understand what the issues are, and we're able to make adequate representation for them with the Ministry of Education.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you very much for your time, Miss Almond, and as we say on Rebel Radio, to be continued, because we on this program, every Monday we look at what is happening at the workplace. So we will talk again. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you so much again for the opportunity, and I look forward to having more conversations with you.
Okay. Have a good evening. Yes.
All right. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Yes. That was Macaulay McAlmont, the regional Vice President of the Guyana Teachers Association there, and we are looking, you heard from her there what is happening in the education system in Guyana, that it does not sound as if things are working in the right way there for the education. Yes, and just as how you heard earlier on from Mr. Morrison about the trade unions, what is happening to workers in Jamaica, and you just heard from Ms. McAlmont what is happening to the teachers in Guyana. No, that is not good news for us in the Caribbean at all. But you know, as I have said repeatedly on this program, that when you look at what is happening in the Caribbean, we have similar problems. Yes, because I am certain that the people, what you just heard up from the teachers in Guyana, our teachers in Jamaica are facing similar issues. Yes. Because as you heard from, right now they are at the negotiating table, negotiating for higher wages with the government, and I don't know where that negotiation is right now, because I know that the unions met with them last week. Not last week, week before last. And based on a discussion we had, the unions, the government has not changed its proposal, what it offered. The government has not made any effort or any changes to the 2% and 2.5% that they offer. And the unions told me that they indicated to the minister during the last meeting, we are in the budget, that what they're offering is below what they signed off on in the budget. Yes, the budget that was signed off on. And so it is now left for the minister to go back to the budget to see what can be done in order to improve the offer to the public service. So that is what the union is waiting on. And I know that, well, as I said, they are waiting. They are waiting. And what I heard from the public sector workers during discussion on this program is that the workers are getting restive. Yes. And we are now watching to see what is going to happen. Well, I know that, as Mr. Morrison pointed out, that this summer it is going to be a long and hot summer. Well, I don't know if industrial action is in the air. I would hope that the unions and the government can work out something that is amicable and they can settle before industrial action is taken. We would want to avoid that, yes. But as I say that the issues there, you can hear it around the Caribbean. When I speak to workers in Trinidad, workers in Guyana, workers in Barbados, yes, workers in Jamaica, they are all sharing similar problems. Well, that is the end of workers' time for this week. And as you know, on a Monday, we take time out to look at what is happening at the workplace and to share discussion with our union leaders. This is Rebel Radio. Let us take a break.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Hardware Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools Hardware Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Heels.
Here is how to comment during the Frankly Speaking show. On computer, look to the right of the video. That's your live chat hub. Click the Say Something box at the bottom, type your message, and hit enter. Boom, you're live. On the mobile app, it's just as easy. Tap the live chat button right under the video to open the window. Pro tip, if you're in full screen mode, tap the screen once and hit the chat icon to see messages without leaving the action. Can't type? Check 2 things. Make sure you're signed in and see if subscribers only mode is on. You might need to sub and wait a few minutes. Keep it respectful, follow the mod's rules, and have fun.
Good day. Good day. Today we focus on a half of the population, males, and the subgroup fathers. Yes, it's ahead of Father's Day when men get some recognition, but we wanted to take on the big topic, not just on the day and not just about singing praises, but doing some thinking about what fatherhood means and being male in this Jamaican society. We have 5 men with us today to talk about those issues. We'll come to them shortly. But let me welcome you, our viewers and listeners, for the live podcast and remind you to like, share, and subscribe to the Frankly Speaking Jamaica YouTube channel. Welcome to Desmond Richards and to Winnie Anderson Brown, our regular panelists. Remember, we welcome your questions and views during the podcast. Just follow the procedures outlined earlier or leave the comments on the comment section of YouTube. And you couldn't have missed it if you tried. Football World Cup, the largest in history, with 48 teams, has started. Jamaicans displaying the teams they support with their shirts and with the flags of their favorite teams. Well, my team is France, and I'm giving you, I get the privilege of saying that just because I'm doing the intros. So let's commence our show today with Dale Taylor and Clifton Hall. Dale Taylor and Clifton Hall. Now, Dale Taylor is a safety and occupational health manager. He works with National Water Commission, and he is not here representing them. Let me just make it, the people who are appearing are not representing their companies. They are just talking to us about how they feel about these issues. And Clifton Hall works with at-risk males and at-risk young males, and you will hear from him a little bit more about that. So, Mr. Taylor, tell me how important you consider fatherhood and being a father. How important is that in a man's life?
Well, it's very, very important. You know, I told myself from I was a toddler that I will never go and don't maintain my children. In fact, I told myself that I will never get children unless I'm married. And I have 2 boys.
You told yourself that as a young child?
As a young child. Well, sometimes things happen based on experience. You know, I didn't know my father until I was about 18. And so having that experience, I wanted to be a different person. You see, a situation can...
You're telling us you're throwing so much in there. You didn't know your father until you were 18.
About 18, yes.
Yeah. And how did that make you feel? How was that? What was that like?
Well, I had a good stepfather, my mom's husband, and he was more than a father, so I wasn't lacking anything. But you know, your biological father, everyone tends to have that gravitational pull to their father and their mother. And so, you know, even when someone else replaces them, there is always a void in one. And so for me, from that situation, I told myself that I must raise my children. And I have two boys. One graduated from the university and one is almost finished at the university. And
so fatherhood to you from early was something important and of great significance.
Very important because I was raised in a family, and grandparents, knowing our grandparents, they were a family. And my mother got married early, and we grew up in a family setting. So all through my life, I believe in family and you know, everything that comes with family.
Okay, good. Mr. Hall, let's bring you in here. To you, significance of fatherhood and any good examples that you think you want to follow.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I think fatherhood for me, being a father for me, talks about presence, being present in your child's life, and setting a good example for them to follow. And I think that it is not uncommon to hear the experiences of Mr. Taylor, because my father and my mother never married. So I just wanted to make sure that I was able to grow up in a fashion where I was able to raise my children in a particular environment where the examples that are there in front of them are examples that they can emulate.
What time in your life did you come to that position that you wanted to be there and in the children's lives and that type of example? What time in your own life did you come there?
I was later in life, you know. I would say around 2000, I would say 5 or 6. So I was like 24, 25 years old.
Yeah.
So it was later in life for me, you know, because you know, experiences I had previously, I didn't want to be a father. I didn't want children. So afterwards, and getting sight of the correct posture of what a man should be, then those type of...
How do you think Jamaicans check for fatherhood?
How do I think Jamaicans check for fatherhood?
Yeah, generally, I mean, check up about fathers.
I mean, I think this is just my own perspective, but how I have experienced it. I have experienced it in a way where, and seeing it firsthand through close acquaintances. It's just that the thought of being a father is not connected to sexual intercourse. So there's a disconnect there. And as such, you have men who are fathering children who they were not yet ready to be fathers of these children. So it's not something that the dots are not connected, right? Sexual intercourse produces children is not something that is connected there. That's just my own experience.
Oh, in other words, you think that many people don't consider the responsibilities that might follow from intercourse, that might follow from that sort of intimacy.
Right. So, you know, sexual intercourse is just sexual intercourse. They're not really connecting the dots that it produces life. And as such, it could be from an early age, young men who are becoming fathers. I'm not saying that it's not possible for them to be able to, you know, be fathers and be present and be that role model for that child. It is possible, but it's not the common theme for that to be the case.
I'm Mr. Taylor, and we're going to come to a video clip that we have from Winnie earlier. She thought this out and put that. But let me just ask Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, before we get that video clip, Joshua, So Taylor, how do you feel about the preparedness of young men? Do you think young men in general in the society now, from what you see, are taking it seriously or something else?
Well, there's an Indian comedian, and he said that he wanted to be like a Jamaican. He outlined a number of things that, that are common to Jamaican. And one of the things that he said, he wanted to be a Jamaican to have kids and don't know them.
Oh.
So, it's a comedian. And I don't think we are ready. I don't think we really thought this thing through as a nation in terms of how we treat each other and being a father. Right now, there are a lot of fathers missing in action. And you can see the reason for the type of society that we have. A police friend of mine retired from the force, and he said that when he checked all the young men who came to the prison, have been to the prison, when he investigate them, they all go with their mother, no father. And I remember years ago, during a summer, we were having like summer employment, and about 21 young men from the community college came to do interview, and my counterpart and I interviewed them. And all 21 of them go with their father. And you can see why they're in tertiary institution. It is something needs to be done. And that's why for me, at my company, we have over 2,000 personnel. About 75% are male. And what I do, I train almost everyone in the company. And during my training, I really take time to talk about family, fatherhood, and being a good husband. And so we all need...
You think that is important as a foundation for the training? Why would you talk about that in the training?
Well, apart from what you're about in terms of safety and trying to prevent the employee from getting in an accident, when you have a stable background, and one of the things I said to them, when you get injured, sometimes you neglect your family, but sometimes your family going to have to take care of you. And you treat your family so bad. And at the end of the day, you don't know. You'll hear old people said, you don't know who's going to give the last glass of water when you're dying. And so part of being safe and maintaining safety has to do with your mental health. It has to do with your relationships that you have. And so when you're distracted and when things are not functioning as well as it's supposed to be, so you all, as a man, all over the place, and you don't have a steady family, someone to take care of you and look after you, and a hope to go to, and the kids run at you and jump at you and say, Daddy, these things are priceless. I remember my experience with my young boys. They are grown men now, but I mean, these things are priceless, and so you are able to focus when you're on the job, and it's healthy for you. So it's not just that you're going to work, but you're going to also think about your mental health, your social health, emotional health. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm taking a pause on you there just to go over to another issue, which we can discuss. In which we can't discuss fatherhood, certainly in Jamaica, without taking on. When you had prepared us a little video earlier on, and we're going to ask Joshua to play it now, and when he can take it on for us.
Okay.
Joshua, are you ready there? Is he ready for us?
I have a special place in my heart for fathers. Why? Unlike mothers, there's no doubt about motherhood, but when it comes to fatherhood, fathers have to depend on the honesty of some knowingly father other people's children Some unknowingly father them. And I salute all fathers, regardless of how you became a father, whether knowingly or unknowingly, and they're in doubt, but they're afraid to check it out. So I honor all fathers.
Well, Winnie, very interesting thoughts there.
That
very interesting thoughts, because first of all, we don't normally hear those thoughts from women, especially even these days when the whole issue of DNA has become such a significant. Tell me why your thoughts went there.
Let me tell you why. And I'm sorry for that horrible clip. It would have been better if I had said it myself. Okay. Yes, that's okay. But I know a number of men who are not happy fathers because they are not sure. And the truth is, we cannot talk about fatherhood in Jamaica while we ignore the jacket phenomenon. That is important. That's a part of the mix. So some men are really unhappy, but they are already in it. And as I said in that clip, there's no doubt about motherhood. But when it comes to fathers, there's a lot of doubt there. And that is an issue that we should not be silent on. And it's women that can make the difference.
Franklin.
Yes, go ahead, Desmond.
I want all of us to understand something about fatherhood. Fatherhood is socialization, you know. Now, what happened to your generation and my generation and the two guests' generation is that there was more socialization and fatherhood. In other words, fathers make sure to take care of their sons and to show their sons how to become fathers. Now, what has been missing over the years is a lack of socialization. The state cannot socialize fathers, you know. It is very difficult to rely on the state to socialize fathers. Fathers must be socialized in the homes. And what has happened is that with so many fathers missing from homes, which is also a lack of socialization, the young men are not being socialized properly by their elders on how to protect themselves, how to project themselves as fathers, and socialize in a way to know that their sons and daughters, they must protect them and show them the way.
All right.
Let
me ask Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, you work with at-risk youth as well. How do you respond to Desmond's comments, and do you hear that comment that Winnie was making? You hear young men concerned about the jacket phenomenon, and start by talking to us about the need for the socialization there.
I think it takes a community. So it's the responsibility of raising young men cannot solely rest upon the shoulders of one individual, right? It takes a community. Being surrounded by like-minded men who are of the same capacity, the same understanding of what it really takes to raise young men up who are men of standards, right? You know, I have a friend that speaks about the negative connotations that exist when a man is talking to a youth, and they will ask them about, do you have a girlfriend or what you deal with and stuff like that. Those are the questions that men will be asking children versus showing them how to really be responsible adults, how to treat a woman, how to wait until you're married. Those are not the questions. And it happened in my lifetime and it happened in that friend's lifetime. So the reality is the world itself, the communities that exist around young men are not conducive for them to be able to grow up to be responsible young men. In terms of the jacket phenomenon, I think what was stated cannot solely be a responsibility of the women, right? Because it takes two. It takes two to tango. It takes two to do the dance, right? So men have to be more responsible, more firm in what their standards are, regardless of what it looks like, the outcome looks like. Because I can tell you right now, if a young man says that he's waiting for marriage, he'll be laughed to scorn from the environment that he is in. And that forces that young man to act outside of what would be considered the right standard.
But you're not saying, even though you're subscribing to Christian belief, you're not saying that a man can't be a good father unless he's married to a woman. Are you saying that?
A man cannot be a good father unless he's married to a woman?
Yes, to the woman of the child. You're not saying that. Are you saying that?
That's not what I'm saying. If that's what you're hearing, that's not what I'm saying.
No.
Okay. Because it goes beyond that, right? A stable home, right, can produce more stable outcomes, right?
I want to say two things. Finish your sentence. I want to say two things, two very important things, as the only woman here.
Yeah, a stable home can produce more of a stable outcome for a young man, versus instability in the home where, the child resides with the mother and only sees the father from time to time, whatever that demographic looks like. There's a myriad of them. So to speak on all of them right now would take forever, but there's a wide variety of circumstances that exist where fathers are not in the homes.
Okay.
That's what I grew up in.
Winnie?
Yes, those two things I want to say. One, every time I hear about a man being absent from the home, I remember my father was not there because he was dead.
Because he was?
My father was not there because he was dead. The father not being in the home does not mean that the children have to be wayward. My brothers grew up and they became very productive in society. And for many homes, the women who know better, what they do, they find other role models. So because the father is not in the home, it doesn't mean that the children are necessarily that wayward. A number of men are dying and have died. What happens to those homes? Every time when I hear the talk, it sounds as if the men are not there because they have abandoned their posts. That is not it. A number of men...
But many have abandoned their relationships and their posts.
A number of them have. But every time I hear it, a number of homes don't have men in there, not because the men have abandoned the homes. And those homes can produce productive members of society. and many homes have. So that's one thing I want to say. Another thing is this, and we will never get anywhere unless we face it. A man knows with whom he had sex. A woman becomes pregnant, not a man. So when the woman becomes pregnant, that is why a man impregnates a woman. Unless the woman is willing to cooperate or say anything to that man does not have to know. So it's all, a man is responsible. But a woman, the woman who gets pregnant is the one that will have to tell you what's going on. Some women do, some don't. So that is why I'm saying it is important to pay attention to that as well.
All right. Mr. Taylor, I want to bring you in again, Mr. Taylor.
Yes,
talk to us about that stability in the home that Vinny was just talking about, and the role of the man.
Well, anything that is other than the word of God is really going to give problem. And so we were expected to have a family, and of the 5 institutions, marriage was the first one, family was the second when the children came, education is the next one when you as a mother and father train the children, and of course they said they wanted government, and then Jesus came with the church. But anything outside of the order of God is going to be problematic. And therefore, I believe, in this day and age and this last day, there's a lot of diversion from what is the truth. And when you remove the father from the home, it is just to destroy the children. When you separate the mothers and the fathers, it's just to destroy the children. My 2 sons, they will call me for certain things, and they will call their mom for certain things. And certain things they discuss with me as a father, they won't discuss with their mom. And certain things they discuss with their mom, they won't discuss with me. And so they have a balance in their life. And they are healthy, polite and decent young men. And back to the argument of a community raising children, that was in the past. Because what is going on now with the children that we have, the community is not doing a good job with the missing father. You have to have stability in the home. And a stable home is mother and father and the children living together. And people will find excuse for a lot of things, a lot of deviations, but unless you are in the will of God and in alignment with God, then everything going to be chaotic.
And before we close off this section and bring in our two of our other guests, I'd love you to start with you, Mr. Taylor, and then go to Mr. Hall about in this society now, what do you see as the main steps that we could make towards getting more stable relationships with a man in the household?
Well, in the household, our men have to be trained to understand. One thing I learned from early on before, in my teenager age, was that to be a husband or a father, you have to be trained. You don't just get up and be a husband or get up and be a father. There are a lot of things you have to know, a lot of things that wisdom dictate for you to understand how to operate. And so, as a man, one thing I encourage men is to show up on time, have a good attitude, respect authority, and do what you say you're going to do. Your name means something. And as people coming from slavery, we understand we are under strong, like rebellion and stubbornness. And it's not going to help. In the workplace, somebody will come for an interview and be nice day one, and within 2 months' time they're rebellious and acting up. We have to understand that we have to be consistent with who we are, say what we mean and mean what we say, and take responsibility for our action. And
in other words, it all goes down to you to character, from what I hear you saying.
Yeah, invest your time in your skill and your skill set.
Building your character.
Building your character, building your everything about you. Academically, you have men send women to school to be nurses and teachers, and then about 2-3 years after the lady leave her and they want to kill. Why? Why didn't you also improve yourself? If you're going to be the head, you have to be also...
That's discussion for another time.
Another time, but I'm saying there are so many things that we are doing wrong as a society, as men, and as family. And we need to just realign ourselves with the word of God.
Beautiful. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Yeah, your last words there, and in particular, how can we move this step to better fatherhood and to more men being in the homes?
I think quality time spent with our young men will establish certain standards within their lives, as well as the young men growing up and valuing what it is that you have to say, the input that you have in their lives. But they have to be able to, you can't talk the talk and not walk the walk, right? So I can only share from my experience with young men so that they understand where I'm coming from, the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? And that will in turn allow them to be able to see that the product of a man that they see in front of them is not just something that is current. It has come from a long line of experiences, good choices and bad choices. And because of that experience, I can have valuable input in their lives. Right. Okay. So I look to the whole thing of quality time being spent with the young men, and then modeling what manhood should be in front of them, regardless of what society may say manhood looks like, modeling the correct manhood in front of them.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Dale Taylor and Mr. Clifton Hall for contributing in this first segment of our discussion on fatherhood. We really appreciate it, gentlemen. And thanks a lot for sharing your experiences and your ideas.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. Now we are going to be joined by Paul Campbell and Delson Brown. We're going to also mention to you that during the program, later on in the program, we are going back to fatal shooting, but we have our guests with us, so let's pick it up from here. Mr. Paul Campbell, let me see if I see him. Yes, he's there. Mr. Kevin Farquharson, yes, he's there. And Mr. Delson Brown. Welcome, gentlemen. We have been having a discussion. I think you have been hearing some of it in the background there. Mr. Brown, tell us how important fatherhood is, sir, and how important people around you consider fatherhood. Mr. Brown, let's start with you. Mr. Brown is in the financial sector with First Regional Cooperative Society, but he's not here. None of the men is not here representing the society. He's just here talking his own views of where we are in Jamaica. So Brown, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, you're not hearing us? All right. Mr. Brown not hearing us. So we're going to shift over. Mr. Brown not hearing us. Joshua, can you look after that for us? Mr. Farquharson. Welcome, yes, sir. Welcome, Mr. Farquharson. How important is fatherhood to you personally and you think to the society?
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for having me. I can't express how important that is, fatherhood is. A man is born to lead. Let me begin with that.
A man is born to lead.
A man is born to lead, and lead and serve. And whether we agree or disagree, all of us are serving something. You can choose to serve God, you can choose to serve somebody else, or whatever you choose to serve, we are serving someone. And I believe that we're born, it's in our DNA that part of the reason why we're created is to lead. So if we don't lead, which as a father, a husband, or whatever capacity, whether on the job or wherever you choose to, as long as you're a man, you're seen as a leader. And not taking up that responsibility is really abdicating what your God-given purpose on this earth is. So let me say that we are called to lead. Now, I will hasten to say, though, that culturally, and I think the question is geared towards Jamaica, because the truth is that fathers are doing much better. It's not been spoken of a lot, and may not be evident out there in the way even Father's Day coming up, the attention that is given when it come on to fathers. But fathers are doing much better, and I think you go to the primary schools, you go to wherever, and you see the fathers coming with their kids to school. You see fathers coming to the supermarket, going on the road, going to a soccer match, going to wherever. You see fathers more involved. So fathers are doing much better. But the job is not done. There's a lot more to be done, and there's a lot who haven't gotten started as yet. So our role in the society, if we break down, if we stop doing what we ought to do, then it will have a direct impact on what the society turns out to be. And I think in the past, that's what we fail to realize. Yeah.
That's Kevin Farquharson, and we're going to hear a little bit from Paul Campbell, because we lost Mr. Brown for a minute. I think we're trying to get him back. But Mr. Campbell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Campbell, tell us how important to you is the fatherhood is.
I think fatherhood is an imperative in our own personal lives, in our society, in the country, in the world. I am a believer in God. I am a Christian, and I totally believe that God, as the previous person said, God gave us the role of leadership. The problem is, as somebody else said earlier, leaders need to be trained. And so a baby has feet, but he's going to creep before him hold up and make few steps before he can walk, before he can run. And the same principle applies to leadership in men and fatherhood in men. It is a learned state. And I truly believe that learning it comes from the person who established it, which is God. And so through the word of God, I believe that fatherhood can be set up, established, and run well. And so that
you believe that intrinsic, that essentially a man to be a good father, being a Christian helps, or is the only way?
I know it helps. There are good fathers who are not Christians. The bottom line though is, people talk about success. Is it the issue of what we determine a good father is, or is it the issue of what God determined a good father to be? Yeah. That is where the bottom line is. For me, I am working with what God says, because at the end of the day, in my belief, that we are going to face God one way or the other. Yeah. And because he is the one who designed men, he's the one who designed marriages, he's the one who designed fathers, he's the one who caused children to be born, he's the one who designed women. Why not work with the principles of God to get it done? I am in a community. When I say church community, I mean church community now, where the principle of fatherhood is being taught to everybody, not just the men who have children. And so if my children have a struggle and I am not present, they can go to another male who has been trained as a father for advice and get proper advice, and we keep moving forward. So I strongly believe, this is me now, I strongly believe that if a man will give his life to the Lord Jesus Christ, totally surrender to him, take up the will and purposes of God and study to show himself approved and live what God says, he can be not just a good and excellent father and excellent leader, and that will transform the situation.
Amen. All right, beautiful. Mr. Farquharson, let me come back to you. Mr. Brown is not still back. Mr. Farquharson, what is one of the best things that has ever happened to you as a father, because you're a father?
What's the best thing that has ever happened to me because I'm a father?
One of the best. Yes.
Well, one of the best things is to see I have 3 girls, and to see their success. And I think Mr. Gentleman who just spoke a while ago mentioned, how we view success. It's very important. For me, success is success that matters. That's important. And if God is in it, then that is true success. If God is not in it, it may be success, but it's not success that matters. When I look at my kids and see where they are and see the way I train them up, and they've come up they've attended church, they've been in church, they have accepted the Lord as their personal Lord and Savior. They're maybe overseas and so on, in college and universities and stuff like that. But the truth is, the principles that I taught them, they still, if my daughter driving down the road, she leaving the house to go down the road. I'm not in the US, I'm here. But she can say, Dad, I'm going to go this, I'm going to go that. It stays with them. And so you can't, when I see the success in what they have achieved in school, and I just came back from a graduation. One of my daughters, she graduated high school with 4.5 GPA. I have around 10, so many scholarships. When I see that, it's the goodness of God. Sometimes I may not deserve it, but it's the goodness of God. And I believe the way the Lord has directed me in fathering them, because as best as I am, I failed. But I know with God, then all things are possible.
Beautiful. I want Vinny to take some short comments that we have there. And then I'm going to come to Mr. Campbell, who was talking to us about institutions that God created. And I want him to explain to us what we're seeing out there in Jamaica and among Jamaican men now, and where has that come from? Well, go ahead, Vinny.
Seems like having verbal, if I have it right, blessings, days, and then we have Will Dixon saying God first, and then we have Wesley saying good going, Mr. Hall. Yes, very good, Paul. That's Wesley again. Very good, Paul.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
go ahead, Desmond.
Go ahead, Desmond. I would like you to observe that our society is structured. Fathers are not dealt with properly. No, even look at Father's Day that is coming up. Traditionally in Jamaica, Father's Day has been low-keyed compared to Mother's Day. Mother's Day is treated like Christmas Day. December 25th, when they say it's Jesus' birthday, it's not Jesus' birthday, but it's the biggest shopping day in the world. Mother's Day is being exploited by the moneyed class to make money, while Father's Day is always a load kid, and that is that disincentive to fatherhood.
All right. Mr. Campbell, you want to give me your thoughts on that and on the part whether because Father's Day is not a big it's an disincentive to fathers. How you feel about that, Mr. Campbell?
Honestly, that's a disincentive to me. The Bible never talked about celebrating Father's Day as Mother's Day. The Bible talked about the development of the father and the development of the mother. And so for me and my family, we focus on that. The success I have is because my wife and I work together for the development of the children. Like the other guests you have, I have 3 daughters also. And my biggest satisfaction is that they are in the kingdom of God and they're working through their situations through that process.
So what is responsible for all of those out on the street there, Mr. Campbell? The behavior we see out on the street at early morning, the young men have their liquor and so forth. We see a lot of parents, we see a lot of young men going down the road to destruction, ending up in prisons.
What God is doing about that? They are children of God also. What God is doing about that?
The situation, I believe, starts with decisions. Right? I was born in the ghetto. I used to lay down underneath my bed when they shoot to the board. The little boardhouse. When the gunshot they come through, I have to be under the bed. But the decision I made was not to remain in the situation I am in and work on my forward development and my movement forward. We have to encourage people for that level of development. As I said before, and I say it again, I believe that if we encourage people to come to the knowledge of who Christ is, come to the knowledge of the salvation of God, that in itself will help them to move forward. The purpose of the kingdom of God is to give you strength and capacity, give you wisdom and knowledge, give you understanding to move forward. It's not a blessing plan. It's not come to God and all will be well. It is learning the issues of how to struggle through. If you read the Bible, the Apostle Paul went through his struggles. Everybody went through his struggles. Pardon me?
Before I go to your colleague there, I'd love to find out from you whether you see Jamaica getting up as a better society only through commitment of more people to God. Is that what you are saying?
I believe that the whole world is going to be a better world only through commitment to God. After that, then nothing going to work.
That is your belief. That is your belief, man.
Yes, that is my total and complete belief.
Yes.
Only through God will this thing get better. Only through God. Right. You can show me another system that will work apart from God. I am willing to work with it, but only through God.
There are people who will point to other societies where the number of stable homes is much greater. Far fewer homes with no male in them. Is this a matter of that we can only change through more people turning to God?
Listen, it begins with God, and let me say that it begins with God. The truth is, we've moved too far from the plumb line. I put this to you this evening and to all persons involved here, that when our grandparents was growing up, the way they father the children, our parents, the way our grandparents father our parents, the way we father our children, and even our children will father their children is completely different. And each time we're getting worse because we think that initially that we want to be seen as being, a good father, a good person. We think that they must not go through what we went through because we're in a different dispensation and we don't even want correct our children anymore with the rod of correction, because guess what we say? We are beat them far. That's not necessarily not important. Wrong. We are straying too far from what the design for us will be. Train up in the child the way it should go, and when you get old, we not depart. You understand? And so the further and further we go, the more trouble the society find itself in. We will not. If you don't have children going to Sunday school. If even they don't, you don't have to go to Sunday school alone to be a good child. No, you don't. But we are the persons who are sitting down with these persons anymore. In fact, you start look like you have some gray hair. My 18-year-old look at you and say, man, you all know your time done. You understand? And the beard, you don't understand anything more.
So Farkas, we're going to wrap here, but I've got to ask you this now, and then Mr. Campbell will respond. Who is to take responsibility to help change the society with the fatherhood issue? So Farkas, you're there with me. Who's to help take responsibility for that?
It's a collective effort. It's a collective effort, and oftentimes the blame cannot be laid squarely at any one person. It's a collective effort. But however, if we negate our responsibility as men, as fathers, we should be leading. If we don't lead our children, then we lead our homes, because we're the head of the house and we're the head of the household. And if we don't do that, then we have to take the blame for the fact that our children, we're sending them out there these days for teachers and for everybody to raise them. And somebody will raise them. We can rest assured. Somebody will raise them. No, it depends on you what influence you want to have on your child.
Yeah.
So it begins with us.
Beautiful. Thank you, sir. Mr. Campbell?
Yes, sir. I totally agree. To solve any problem, you have to take the initiative first. It begins with all of us. He's not the prime minister. You know, everybody have to get involved. So I have to get involved. You have to get involved.
Absolutely.
We have to start at a point where we decide that, hear me, if I do my part and the next person does his part, the solution to the problem comes. And like Mr. Farquharson said, the issue is, as a man, I need to develop myself as a man. I need to understand leadership roles. As a father, I need to understand what that means. And that development for me in God is what brings me to a point and a position where I can not only help me, my family, but help others.
Absolutely.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you, gentlemen, very much. Mr. Paul Campbell and Mr. Kevin Farquharson for your comments and your insights. Mr. Belson Brown was with us, but we lost him and somewhere along there. I want to thank him too for having made himself available. And Winnie, I wonder if you want to take that comment.
Yes.
Barnes, and then we continue for facial shooting.
I'll just do the first part of that name, Wesley. Human choice from day one by God. We are not robots. God is not to be blamed for the unfortunate implications caused by choices which men make.
Desmond, I suspect that was a response to your question directly. What is God doing about it? I suspect that is a response to that. All right. Thank you all very much, gentlemen. Now, Desmond wants to do a little research for us on some data, what crime data, but he says he wasn't able to get through it. So we'll get it next week. It's not that we have forgotten people. We remember, but we will get there. Just before, I want to go on to fatal shootings. Last week, we spoke about the intolerably high rate of police fatal shootings in the context of the Latoya Bulgin case. The police killings continue and have now reached over 150 since the start of the year. I take note of the possible links to some issues we were just talking about. But Winnie has read for us a statement from O'Day Vallon. Last week we had O'Day Vallon on the program, and he said that he felt good. He felt that the killings were going to stop for a little while. Big paraphrase. Go ahead.
My optimism that there would be a new beginning in policing was shattered this morning, Wednesday, June 10, 2026. Only days ago, many Jamaicans welcomed the decision to bring criminal charges against a police officer in connection with the fatal shooting of Latoya Bulgin. For many of us, it appeared that a clear signal had been sent that accountability matters, that every life matters, and that the use of lethal force would be subjected to the highest level of scrutiny. I believed that this would encourage greater caution in future police operations. I was wrong. This morning, reports emerged that 4 men were shot and killed during a police operation in Retirement, St. James. The incident forms part of a bloody 24-hour period in which 11 souls reportedly lost their lives in the parish. When 11 people die in a single day, when the number of fatal police encounters continues to rise, and when critical accountability measures remain absent, Jamaica cannot afford complacency.
That's the end of today's show. Thanks to all my listeners and the viewers. Thanks to my technical operator, Kevin. And as usual, we are asking all users of our roads to be careful. Take it easy. And be careful. Keep your eyes open and stay safe until Wednesday. This is Rebel Radio and I'm Desmond Richards.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, watertight, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insect and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hamburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.